What's up, guys? No, I was up pretty early. What's wrong with your port? Did you guys see the meta's down 2.64% today? Yeah, for some reason, the market's up. Well, flat. The sector rotation into fucking health tech is wild right now. Why would I talk about Riley? I bought Riley at $3. I don't have a lot of it, though. It's like a kind of a very minimal amount. Also, still no dividend on it. G-Scan last week? Yeah, I mean, it's doing okay. Might break 7, push for 9. I'm not. I'm definitely not playing anything short term on it though. I just have the shares that I bought like after it ran in Feb, and not even very many of them. I think I have like 5,000 shares. Meta seems like a good target to pump when they need to save the day. Well, we've got a little bit of a break between dispersion picking up for Nvidia earnings and now, so maybe we at least see a little bit more repositioning. I don't know. I don't think so, Grim2. Thank you for asking. This looks like it's starting to fail the 50 test. It's a little hard to slip under 40. There's some sold puts there. And some bot puts. But calls are selling a bit more to the upside. There's a lot of sold calls at 60 right now. The 55 calls not doing so hot. There's in the money bot calls at 40 that are still kind of holding shit together though. Because I don't own any Tootsie Roll. $64.05 and $64.10. What? Oh yeah, there's big out of the money condors to crush real as well. Is the ulti dividend sustainable? No. It's heavily based on volatility conditions in the market. And also the fund not just getting blown up. Although I will say that ever since April, they've done quite a bit to mm, preserve some of the drawdown on NAV. Hmm. Hmm. No, they're still selling puts here. I don't know. This is like NQ's third test at VWAP on the 5-minute. ES is just poking above it. Both kind of look like head and shoulders, though. At least a little distributive. Why would the fund get blown up? Well, it's like a non-diversified, like high implied volatility concentrated fund. So, I mean, they run sell side strategies on like anywhere from 5 to 30 higher volatility equities at a time. So if there were like a highly correlated decline in those equities, um it could be a pretty big hit to NAV. There's also like the risk of spreads getting blown out in the event of like volatility shock, which is, I think, specifically addressed in their prospectus. Also, the like returns on capital like mechanically shrink net asset values over time. So you need some number of constant buyers who are willing to pick it up under, if it's selling at a discount to NAV. Which, I mean, largely there are in this environment, but the environment could change. So basically their margin would probably need to blow up. I would say that's the most likely event. Like a 2 sigma overnight, 3 sigma overnight move to the downside because they sell calls. Love the stream card. This market is a silly goose. Yeah. Although I will say, I mean, just being exposed to a little bit of tail risk isn't the worst thing in the world. You just have to. It's probably wise to somehow offset the volatility risk in the investment, either via hedging or. I feel like long Vega SPX would put you at like near risk parity. I will say that if you don't have a lot of money that you need to like tuck away, and I don't think ulti is a long-term investment by any means, but um if you're just trying to get income on like a big pile of money for a short period of time, ulti's great for that. If you're trying to invest in something that has consistent dividend yields that are higher than the treasury rate, you're probably mm, probably want to look for something else. How much better than bills? Well, if I put $1,000 into bills, I'll get, like say I buy the 3-month treasury, which is what, 4.22 right now. So you get 1%, 1.05, like 1.05% over 3 months. Which would be like $10. Versus if I put $1,000 into ulti, that's current price, which is what, 591. I get 169.2 shares times, I think the average is 0.09. So you get $15 a week times 12 weeks. So you get $182 in returns, roughly. So returns on 3-month treasuries would be 0.05% of the returns on ulti. But the risk profile is drastically different. When did inflation hit Pigeon Whale membership? It didn't. It's 129. I thought it was 100. That's just Apple trying to charge you $30 for using an Apple device. Just sign up for it on YouTube. No, Ulti's not like a. I mean, it's not really a Ponzi scheme, but it kind of is. It's very it it does a thing very similar to what Madoff did, or at least what Madoff promised he was doing. So it's a Ponziolio simpatico. It's just not. No, it's just not infinite free money. Yeah, yeah. I have conditional sell orders on both of the Yieldmax funds that I have money in right now. And those conditional sell orders with like a 20% margin of error will stop me out at a profit. It's best to go long when on like ulti when nav is depleted and volatility is high. And then you want to stay long until volatility conditions correct, and then you want to get the fuck back out again. Because I mean, sell side benefits greatly from increased volatility for a period of time, and then the returns on that that the yield on that starts to get diminished. So there's a window where the yields are good, but the trade isn't overcrowded yet. Madoff basically told people he was doing like collars on blue chips with like out of the money calls on indexes, like selling out of the money calls and buying out of the money puts for protection. Ulti basically takes a basket of stocks or like exchange traded products and then does like synthetic, like either direct or synthetic long exposure, and then they buy calls and sell puts, and then they use like covered calls to pick up premium. But it's complete like ulti's completely unhedged. So if there were a drawdown across the like 15 to 30 stocks they have in their basket and it was highly correlated, meaning all of the stocks in their basket tanked at the same time, the fund would probably get fucked. At least their NAV would be, significantly damaged. I will say that you could do ulti strategy yourself and make far more money if you want like high concentration synthetic long exposure that you can sell options against. Your yields would be substantially higher than what, you know. No, I couldn't. No, we couldn't. Okay. All right. Well, for someone who knew what they were doing, I guess. Are you gonna end the stream soon with this $5 price action? I mean, I really want to sell like 64.25, 64.20 puts. So I was kind of hoping maybe we get a little drop. But yes, I do hate this. Ugh. It's okay. I have options that are making money right now, so I'm okay with it. I taught you guys how to sell options already, though. You should already know how to do this, Brett. Look, there. I'll show you guys how to do it. It's easy. So basically, you find a stock. Let's do this. We'll go to like let's look for something with implied volatility greater than realized vol over the last 30 days. That's what we got. Yeah. Implied vol is super high on this, right? It's getting some support. Oh wait, no, that was backwards. I did the scan backwards. This is really good for selling puts on, not calls. Well, I guess it's the same shit. So, right, and then you would just like go here, like that. Put spread. What was the fucking ticker? ALGM. And you go like, this is probably gonna go up. So sell that. It's just gonna go up to. So it's got 42 supports. Sell the 42. I guess it's up a little bit today already. So you can sell the 43, 42. So 40% like return on risk. And then as implied volatility moves up, that's gonna also move up, but you can widen the spread and sell a little bit more of the Ivy like that. And you just, I know you like, you like, wait, what's that, 11 days? Yeah, that's not bad. Something like that. And then you just, you hope it doesn't go below 43. So that, I don't like that one as much. Yeah. Or you could go the other way. Look for something like this. Where Ivy is really high, and then short the ball. BFF. Oh god, never mind. I didn't realize it was like a $2 stock. Fuck that shit. What's this? Oh, that looks fun. Also a $2 stock. Is this a $2 stock? Yes. Gross. Why are these in here? Ooh, CRM looks fun. That's not a piece of shit. Yeah, vol's super high. Dangerous. Okay, this just looks bullish. Dump that one. Ooh. Kind of missed that. Hmm. Edge pattern. Yeah, I don't like that either. I'll just use. Let's go the last 10 days. So 3 days. Ooh, XYL. This looks fun. Yeah, so you would like 40, 45, be like 32 days. You probably want to cut around like 50%. That's not the right one. Yeah, that could be fun. Yeah, it might be helpful to include the price on the scanner, like the spot price. That's a good idea. I like that. There, I guess. Have to realign them a little bit, but it will work. That's a weird one. Damn, AQN's options are kind of going wild. Interesting. Ooh, Dash looks bearish. Blaze, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, man.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head.
Gentleman of culture. Wait until we lost 45. I just want to sell my fucking puts, man. And not up here. I thought Trump already blindsided Zelensky. I thought he was like, yeah, you're gonna have to give up Donsk. Thank you. Welcome to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Please remember that it is a blood in, blood out organization. If you leave me, I will shame you. We have goals. Personally? I'm just a gambling addict. I checked the new Pigeon Whale Discord channel, and I'm already rich. That's impressive. Fucking doing better. You're doing better off of my own plays than me, then. Hold on. I'm trying to... Hmm. $32.50. I don't like the Maggie one. It has literally the problem that I have with ulti and Yieldmax, except it's worse because it's even more fucking concentrated in 7 stacks. So you're like guaranteeing the correlation in the tail risk, which is, I think, not wise. Am I right to assume that because delta is overall lower to expiry, it's because of the big rejections? It's the cause of the big rejections. Even though we have high gamma. Gamma's not that high. I mean, relative to other dates, gamma's pretty low right now. There's some support at 30 and 35 that's fairly significant. We lost the 45 support, so I guess we could trend a little lower. I still think probably intraday support somewhere around like 25, 30 would be a level that would highly incentivize put selling, but we're not there yet. It's about where we tested overnight though. Right now I have Yieldmax and ulti, but I bought them both during the April dip. So those funds harvest volatility essentially. I mean that's what they're doing. So generally speaking, it's better to how do I put it? Generally speaking, it's better to buy them when IV is high on indexes, and then hold till IV is low. Why? Because if IV is high on indexes and equity vol is down, and then when you enter, as IV on indexes normalizes, equity vol goes up. Which, in the specific case of like ulti, well, in all, I guess I should say all covered call ETFs, but especially buy right, benefit from the shift in dispersion. So payouts increase, payouts go up due to increased call vol. And churns on holdings. Now, these funds can have like they can have benefits in a market where volatility is simply high, but equity, like there is no, in a market where there is no dispersion, but you lose out on the return on the underlying, which makes like the synthetic funds perform better because they don't have as much reliance on capital return from investment. They simply extract yield. Girk draws his X's first line bottom left. I could do both. What about that? Huh? What if I fucking really mix it up? JEPQ is just a covered call ETF. It's got a lot more index exposure, especially large caps. So it has like where ulti has basically no. So ulti has nav bleed over time. JEPQ appreciates with underlying index. So they both benefit from the same conditions, but JEPQ will have more growth exposure and a lower dividend. So I think the yearly yield on JEPQ is like 11% or something like that for like the trailing 12 month. Whereas ulti is like 128% or 120%. But from like April lows, and this is the major difference. JEPQ is up roughly the same as the index, like 25.8%. Meanwhile, ulti is only up 12%. Ulti bleeds nav. I will say that in a lower volatility environment like what we're in now, if you presume we're going to continue to stay in a flat market, and your yields off of Q, like owning 100 shares of QQQ and selling calls, are arguably way fucking better. So if we do like a covered call, where the fuck is it? There it is. So if you do like covered call, say you want to sell the 580, you're long the underlying at 75. You're just gonna do like end of week. That's like a 1% return or 206.50. And then, if you get assigned, you get the appreciation as well. So, I guess that would be like 80. So you get about another 0.72. I guess that's being factored in. But you could do like 1.1% a week. which would be um like 76%. Yeah, if we stay in this environment. But ulti is not hedged, so I mean, the only problem with that is it requires a minimum investment. And you could even do like a collar. Right, so you can sell like the 80 by the 75 put and reduce your upside returns, but you also reduce your downside losses. Maybe something like that. So your max loss becomes 1%, max gain 0.8%. Probably want to reduce the range a bunch, but like something like that. Where you're like at expiration. So you would want to be above 76 at expiration, but your max loss on the position's fairly reduced. And this is, I mean, like, this is just something you could do yourself versus, you know, using an ETF. And this is hedged risk. So, you know, you sacrifice that 0.3% potential yield that you could make just doing the buy right. And then, you know, you do the credit, or you do the collar. And then you could do it like JepQ does and like sell nope, that's wrong. Hold on. Sell a put, or you can like sell a put at like 65, which increases your net credit. Fuck that is. Alright, so you can increase your net credit while additionally hedging further downside. And also, you know, guaranteeing your buy-in at a lower price. This is what JexQ does, basically. They do it longer term because they're doing it like that end of every quarter. And also way wider. So they'd be something like this. But as long as the index marches up, you get some return. And then, you know, you cap your downside, your local downside risk a bit. So, you know, 2.7%. And then, you know, if it continues to dump, you ensure that you buy in the lower expected range, whatever you have that set up. But the returns on this are, it's like 4.2% quarterly, and the purpose of that is if you extrapolate that 4.2% quarterly, is to, you know, roughly match index returns over time while offering downside protection. What kind of funds would you be looking for now with anticipation of higher volatility market with downside? Would I? Why would I be putting money into equity funds if I expect the market to go down? That's literally why I have stops on ulti. I don't know. Usually downside like tail risk funds or like the returns are shitty. I just buy Pozo Vega. I'm pretty sure ulti is weekly. What assumption annoys you? It is weekly? Yeah, that's what I thought. No, payday's well, yeah, I guess settlement is Friday. No, but I'm not actually entirely sure that the options this fund sells are weeklies. There's a 0DT SPX fund. That's also not terrible. The yields definitely aren't as high. I think it's like QDTY or some shit. That one benefits a bit more from volatility moving up, but the drawdowns are wild because it's super index exposed. I don't like Roundhill. I don't like their fund management sucks. At least like Yieldmax has put some effort into like trying to stabilize their funds. My job at Ulti pays 2,500 a week. Yeah, I think as of this week I'm getting like 5,600 from Ulti every week. I still haven't gotten stopped out yet, so although I only had drip on while it was appreciating. My stop's at 80, which it's come very close to. Yeah, 580. Would you ever use long leap straddles or strangles? No. Why would I why would I want to be neutral over an extended period of time? Why not just why not just buy the direction I think it'll go? If I'm gonna if I'm gonna like buy a lot of theta, it kind of reduces the value of having the having the other straddle leg. I already have an idea for the first Gamma Strike ETF. There's so many easy ways to just make a little bit of money. Mm. Hmm. GXS loads, but not RTD. I'm not having this problem. There's a delegation before Zelensky that isn't being televised. Okay. Are they crushing vol into the FOMC minutes already? I mean, I don't think the FOMC minutes are going to be that important outside of their positioning, like their sentiment surrounding labor. So, I mean, theoretically, their confidence in the labor markets remaining strong should have not wavered. But if there's any discussion of cutting on signs of weaker labor, then, rate cut expectations are going to increase. Which might lead to de-risking going into the 10 a.m. Jackson Hole uh, keynote speech. Or it could lead to risk on going into the speech, depending on how that goes. Today's action is fucking tight. Yeah, it sucks. There's some like a synthetic long at 40 that's kind of propping shit up and letting put sellers leverage. I made $20. Nice, man. I'm really happy for you. I've I I made some money, but not on the index. Just flat. Just doing flat. 55 to the upside. We could push up to if this breaks out of consolidation. I would say before running into any resistance, at least. Like 50, between 50 and 55, I guess. I'll go back to this page. Ooh, bot puts coming in. A few. Hopefully Wednesday is enough theta. Well, you have FOMC minutes on Wednesday. So, hopefully. If we build up support here in the early part of the week, I'd imagine bulls try to push for like 6,500 of the JPM collar prior to the data on Wednesday and Friday. And it does look like we're getting support. So, I don't know if SPX physically has a mouth that you could breathe into, slot machine. I couldn't listen on Saturday. I didn't stream on Saturday. Did you just talk about bear stuff? Sunday I did. You know how we do. Days aren't real. It's true. I found out yesterday that Sunday is a weekend. Like, Sunday's part of the weekend. Just kind of blew my mind. Saturday stream was fire. Shh, shh, shh. Calm down. Are you regarded? Not for you. Yeah, I guess it's not for me. Like I've always thought of Sunday as being like part of the weekend, but Sunday night is a weeknight. What's up, Holden Harold? Can open stay on this upward trend line? I've got some 919 $5 calls at 13 cents. Open was still moving up today, right? It sold off awfully hard from the $4 test. That's not a great look. What's for lunch? Terzepatide. We could take a look at open. It's pretty far above Gamma Max right now. Yeah, and it rejected hard off of 4. That's not like a great look. IV's blown out. There was a decent call selling opportunity there. I would say losing 350 would be pretty bad, which it's already done. Yeah, I don't love it. You already have Ozempic face? No, I don't. My face looks plump, just like it did before. I can look at myself. I have a recording of me every day. That's ridiculous. Thanks, thanks, popcorn. Uh, popcorn coming in hot. Getting ready to watch Gurk's World Brain. He's just mad because his wife won't let him do any more triathlons. Can we break 40 a little so I can sell more pits? I'd also like to sell pits. We're talking about a man who was ready to insert an entire box of children's cereal into places on his body in order to make a stock run. So, I mean, I think we could extrapolate that into maybe very much enjoying My wife only got pregnant because she headbutted me while we were doing it. Jesus fucking Christ. SPX is lame as fuck. Yeah, it's very, very flat day. QQQ's a little better, but not much. IWM's starting to get a nice little trend day going. Tesla's up a bit. Video flat. Even fucking equities suck today. None of these. The only thing that's interesting is Meta tanking. And that looks like it's gonna just ooh, actually Meta might have a little opportunity baked in. If we can push up just a little bit more here. There's room for Meta to run out to like 78 if you want to make $3. A leveraged $3. What's GME doing today? GME go up yet? 11 cents. Nice. Oh, you didn't reset on me, you bitch. No. Why is this happening? Is it fucked forever or just temporarily? Okay, that's weird. I just deleted all the other price. I want the price data back. Gib. Oh, I fucked it up again. All right, which one of you guys just bought Gamma Strike? I'm working on the historical bar thing. Ah, okay, cool. What do I need to check? There's a lot more crazies in that chat. Have you ever checked out the super flat stack that's amazing for selling spreads on? Has decent IV. But I don't know if many have heard of it. It has 0 DTs at almost every strike. It's called SPX. SPX IV fucking sucks right now. I don't know what you're on about. About a CRM call, it's up $10. Better than this piece of shit. I went long CRM earlier too. Because we were looking at stuff and it was bullish. Shh. It's too late now. I already did it. If we break out above 50, we could test 60. Decent resistance at 60. There's some 45 bot puts coming in. 35 bot puts coming in. It's out of the money bot calls at 55 and 65. Although I think the 65 are the long side of a 60 spread. 60 short call. Zelensky should just wear a banana hammock, an American flag banana hammock. And then write thank you on his ass cheeks on either side of the thong. That's what I would do if I were him. And then every time Trump or little pig face get up there and say anything about gratitude, I would just bend over the White House chair and twerk at the cameras. He should bring in Miss Ukraine and offer him personal holdings in it. Trump's not going to be interested unless she's 14, so... I hate this timeline. Me too. Why did we do this? I didn't vote for him. Tell him it's a Benjamin Button situation. Boom. Problem solved. Ew. What can Elon do with those machines? Amazing. Trump during his acceptance speech. Funny how he's outlawing voting machines now. Well, because he probably used them to win. Type that out. That's true. The timeline's better now that Popcorn Trader and I are back. Admit it. Oh yeah, infinitely. I needed more live shit posting. People weren't shit posting enough. And that makes me sad. My my happy hormones all tanked. Yeah, it was gross. Was my wife trying to extort me not enough? I mean, we all saw it coming. Back when you were like, I'm gonna marry this woman because her dad's rich. And we were like, no, slot machine, marry for love. And you were like, eh. I do love her, so it all worked out. That's true. But do you love her dad more? I'm married for love. It's worked out so far. I don't understand marriage. Oh, here we go. It's almost time for me to sell my puts. Do it. Fucking do it. No, not support here. Keep going down. What the fuck? 30. Go to 30. Love doesn't buy overpriced to zero DTE calls at the top. What's wrong, Johnny? Who buys calls? I do. At least, like, once a day, generally. I don't know, her dad scares me still. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely should have, Dave. This... Did I ever tell you guys about my friend that, like, gets alimony from his ex-wife? Please, in great detail. Riley did a thing again. Yeah, it's going up. I just have stock, so I don't really care what it's doing. I'm probably gonna hold it for a while, unless management's plan falls apart. So I had this buddy of mine like back in college. I mean, we weren't really tight or anything because he was a bit of a weirdo, but I knew him like a friend of a friend kind of person. So this dude's whole thing was like he worked really hard in school. He exercised all the time, like like kind of like the overachiever type. Um, and then he would just date like all these high net worth women, and then one of them finally married him, and he immediately quit doing everything. He quit going to work. He quit exercising. He just sat around her house for like 5 years getting fat and playing video games. So she divorced him. She cheated on him and then divorced him. And then he went to court with her and proved that she was his sole means of support, and got alimony from her for I mean I think still getting paid alimony by her. But she was like a doctor or something with like rich parents. I really ruined my chances at the good life. Weird. Yeah, it was. It was like the longest con. Yes, you did. Her mom hates me. That's not unusual. Tell us the truth. He's here with us in the pickle jar right now, isn't he? No. I know a couple where the wife was an MD surgeon and the husband was a stay-at-home dad. They tried being swingers to save their marriage. Yeah, nothing supports monogamy like going and fucking other people. So you're telling me that one was a surgeon and one wasn't, and they were both idiots? You said the quiet part out loud. Surgeons are just human mechanics. That's why I wanted to be one. You don't have to think, and you get paid tons of money. And then surgeons are going to come in and be like, I work so hard and I'm so smart. Human mechanics with massive egos. Oh, wait, that fits you? Yeah. It would have been my best alternate career path. I mean, surgeons have to be book smart for, well, they have to be really good at memorization. I was either gonna do like ortho or cosmetic. I honestly think the only barrier to becoming a doctor is OChem. And if you can memorize shit, you can pass OChem. You would have been so bored after 4 years. Then they get locked in and can't change specialties without doing another residency. Just don't let yourself get locked in. Just keep doing fellowships and various things until you're a jack of all trades. OChem passer here. Visualization is key. I thought OChem was pretty easy. OChem 1 was a little harder, but not. It definitely wasn't everything people made it out to be. 40's got a little bit of support. Not a ton, but a little. Someone's got a nice little pile of bot puts down at 35 right now. Why wouldn't I be incredibly talented, Ghost of Unidan? We'll make money eventually. You get paid as a fellow. Just not a lot. Also, can't you dodge your student loan repayments indefinitely? Mm. I'm like 2 minutes back in the video. Was your friend that divorced for alimony incident recent? I remember you saying you have a friend that's happily married and all he does is play League. No, that's a different guy. And he's still happily married. It's almost time to sell my pets. I want to lose 38 here. Drop towards the expected move. The downside expected move is pretty wide. Like we actually have quite a bit of room to the downside. But I'm thinking like a 30 test or lower than 30 tests is probably where I'd wanna sell puts. 30 or 25 maybe. Gamma drops off all the way to like fucking 64.10 though. So I mean, I guess technically speaking, we could get a fairly low test today. Depends. Let's see what happens on this retest at 40. If that fails, maybe we open up the move to 30. It's a decent bump in vol to the downside. Looks like under 30, probably not very likely. Delta down here would need to pick up a bit. Or at least if we fell under 30, it probably wouldn't last long. You think we'd just close around 45? We could close lower. Like if we actually do fall into 30, and the gamma starts to turn negative into the second half of the day, we could get like stuck down there. Happiness and League of Legends are mutually exclusive. You're not wrong. IWM looks like it's distributing off of the gamma neutral test. That doesn't look super hot. Maybe a little bearish. I don't know why this isn't. Oh, that is the zero. That's the zero DT. That's kind of wild. The fucking call Ivy is insane. Hmm. Inverse head and shoulders. See if that fails. Why is the AP just filming this random woman standing outside a gate? It's a weak support on the right shoulder there. Also lower high. It's not looking great. A little dilutive. Maybe. It's an inverse head and shoulder, but it's weak. Right? So it's like you have a lower high, and then the support failed. Which generally leads to like consolidation and then a breakdown. Ooh, Intel tanking on the news that the administration's discussing taking a 10% take in the company. Or at least just a lot of volatility. Russia opposes any scenarios that envisage deployment of NATO troops in Ukraine. Three and 6 month yields were down at auction. Any other fun shit coming out today? We got a 20-year JGB auction tonight, which is kind of fun. Yeah, Powell looks kind of sick. Have you noticed that recently? Like he has lost some, but I don't know. Maybe he started taking Ozempic. Maybe he just has Ozempic face. But it looks like he's lost a bunch of like subcutaneous fat, which is usually bad in the elderly. Low T. Mm. He is old. That's correct. Nope. New support. People are donating the AP money? That's fucking weird. Good. How do we get this on screen? There's a lot of footage of vehicles. Hmm. That's a bounce. Interesting. Mm. Did you see Keg's breath? Oh, DF test. Now we were talking about BCP 157. Oh, Nitu's got a bad disc or something. And so I mentioned, he asked if there were any peptides for that. So I told him. Yeah, it's a hedge. I haven't had any side effects yet. I mean, like the stuff it's supposed to do, were like decreased appetite, I guess, and then I don't know. I guess like feeling a little nauseous when if you eat like a little too much. Like it's hard to, but that's like just part of taking it. Pretty sure my Peter's the same size. If anything, losing weight would make your wiener bigger. I don't want to give you any proof, Grimtier. Oh, nailed that zoom in. Oh, I want to short this. Resistance picks up right around here at 45. 45.50. Looks like, I mean, probably keep things stable until the meeting. I didn't get to sell as many puts as I wanted. And by as many as I wanted, I mean basically none. That'd be quicker than that. There's extreme competition. Yeah, there really is. First time. I got filled on 230 puts and I bought a 40 call. So not fantastic, but I mean, it's okay. I can just close them before the meeting. Nope.
First lady of Ukraine. She gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife.
Oh, I want it.
Yeah. So we are saying this sensitive topic. Yeah. Yes, please. And thanks to our partners and that you supported this format. That after our meeting we can have leaders who are around us, UK, France, Germany, Italy, Finland, EU, NATO. I mean all partners around Ukraine supporting us. Thanks to them and thank you very much for invitation.
Thank you very much for being here.
President Trump.
Do you think it's fair?
Yes, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelensky, you say in a post on X today, Russia must end this war, which it itself started.
Can you guys hear this?
You say President Zelensky of Ukraine can
The audio's
end war with
really
Russia
bad.
almost immediately if he wants to.
He said thank you by calls.
I think that's true. I think they'll, we're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
And is this the end of the road for American support for Ukraine? Is today's meeting deal or no deal?
I can never say that. It's never the end of the road. People are being killed, and we want to stop that. So I would not say it's the end of the road. No, I think we have a good chance of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason. A big number, a lot of soldiers, on both sides. And I know the president, I know myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards? Right?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war. He's the one that had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get it ended. And we want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
And to that point, President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. You know that today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners. And we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States.
So were you not there when Joe Biden invaded Ukraine?
To stop this
How did you
war,
miss
to
that?
Make a diplomatic way of finishing this war, and we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes. If the peace deal will be achieved, are you going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
Well, we're going to work with Ukraine. We're going to work with everybody, and we're going to make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long-term. This is very long-term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace, and then we end up in this mess again. We're going to make sure that everything's good. We'll work with Russia. We're going to work with Ukraine, and we're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you roll that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be a lot of
Yeah, Ukraine was the one who. It was a Ukrainian missile that broke apart, and part of it hit over the border in Poland.
We'll be involved.
Well, I guess it was a U.S. missile, technically.
That the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Have you had an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Well, look, the war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it, and we're going to get it ended. It was, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars, and I thought this maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one. It's a tough one. A lot of reasons for it, and they'll be talking about it for a long time, but they'll be talking about the others. Look, India, Pakistan, we're talking about the big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's been going on for 31 years. And so we've done a total of 6, and we really have 6, not including the fact that we obliterated, and it turned out to be a total obliteration, the nuclear, as you said, the future nuclear capability of Iran. And this one, I think we're going to get solved also. I feel confident we're going to get it solved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders and what they need to see to support an end to the war?
Yeah, well, we're going to be meeting with a great representative.
Some bot calls at 50 and 55 still coming
7
in.
Very powerful, very big countries, and great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace.
President Trump, you said last
in
night
the red, in the red.
President Trump, do you think it's fair for Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine cedes its territories that Russia hasn't yet conquered? Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And I think people of the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced.
Mr. President, you posted on social media, Mr. President, a very touching letter from the First Lady, and the letter was hand-delivered to President Putin, and it calls for an end to the war, essentially, because of the children and the children's future. Why did the First Lady feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war? Is a similar letter being hand-delivered to President Zelensky?
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched the same thing that you watch and that I watch. I see things that you don't get to see, and it's horrible. But when she's got a great love of children, she has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but she loves her son. She loves children. And she hates to see something like this happening, and that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt it was a beautiful letter. It was very well received by him, and she did ask me to say, you know, she would love to see this end. She would love to see it end, and she says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
Mr. President, last week,
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said to the one that attacked you last time. See, now he's I remember that.
I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed, you are not.
Maybe yours is much better than mine. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances. And a little bit, we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, and the sea, yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal legal elections.
So you say
we're ready.
during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake
You like
news
this
is
idea?
saying.
No.
Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane for me even to ask this, but do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal because they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace?
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say I made a bad deal. The level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people up here. We also have terrible people up there that I think are told what to say. But, you know, in solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. You know, I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35, and 37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to go into a full-blown deal very quickly. You know what the one I'm talking about. It was a big one. But they don't even write about that. No matter what I do, no matter what, and you know, this is not anything to do with you. It's probably to your advantage in a certain way. But no matter what I do, no matter what deal I make, from my standpoint, you'll come out good. Maybe President Putin will come out good. But they'll say, Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just that, and I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since just before the first election. I used to get great publicity. Now I get the worst publicity anyone's ever gotten in office, but I won in a landslide, so that people understand. They're the only ones that count, ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists that are very good. But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No, it was really wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. You know, there's no way. And there's just a great dishonesty of the press, and I think that's why it's lost its credibility. You know, its credibility is at an all-time low. We have a thing going on right now in D.C. We went from the most unsafe place anywhere to a place that now friends are calling me up, Democrats are calling me up, and they're saying, sir, I want to thank you. My wife and I went out to dinner last night for the first time in 4 years, and Washington,
did they announce
DC
peace?
was safe, and you did that in 4 days. I'll tell you, it's safe. I had another friend of mine. He has a son who's a great golfer. He's on tour, and he came in 4th yesterday in the big tournament where Scotty Scheffler made the great shot, and he said his son is going to dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that to happen a year ago? He said, no way, no way. He said, what you've done is incredible. And I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator, he's trying to take over. No, all I want is security for our people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington, D.C. in 2 years are going out to dinner. And the restaurants the last 2 days were busier than they've been in a long time. Thank
Sir,
you.
I walked around yesterday with MTG. If you can walk around with DC with MTG and not be attacked, the city is safe.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because of
I don't think
with
you need a
President Putin?
ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and you know, long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like the concept. You know, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
President Zelensky, can you explain the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5 like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today, but we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people
Nice
that are waiting
resonance.
for us, they are, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out also.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump.
Are you disappointed there's no ceasefire, Mr. President?
The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this war effort in Ukraine.
Biden.
At best, it is a stalemate, and the killing continues. So, President Trump, how much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelensky, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the number is well over $300 billion. That was under Joe Biden, a corrupt politician, not a smart man, never was. By the way, go back 40 years. He was not a smart man 40 years ago either. But now he's in particular bad. This was done by a corrupt administration that shouldn't have been in, and frankly, if the right results of the election were given, if I were president, this war would have never taken place, and he would have been very happy because he would have liked to have seen. I mean, they went through hell. He went through hell. This war would have never happened, and the people that were killed, a couple of million people, a lot of people with soldiers and everything else, and the people that have been displaced and forced into other areas and other countries because of what's happened, none of that would have happened. And I'm just saying that he was a horrible president, whether it was the borders or this. He was just a horrible, corrupt president.
Mr. President,
you want to
I can. Thank you so much. So first of all, we have possibility now to buy weapon from the United States. We are thankful for this program and this opportunity. We are thankful for Europe. They pay for this. And through NATO program, for example, Pearl, and etc. We have some programs where we can have some money to finance this, and this is a part, I think, it's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees, to strengthen our army, to rearm Ukrainian army. This is very, very important, and it depends how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many air defense like Patriots, for example. We need it very much, and this is also about defending.
I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned the Patriots. How good are they?
Systems.
We have systems, they're literally 100% foolproof. And it's really like shooting two bullets, two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chance is 100%. It's 99 to 100%. So we sell the equipment to NATO. And NATO does what, I don't know what the arrangement is that you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment. And we're getting the best equipment in the world, but they pay us for the equipment. Under Biden, it was just crazy what was going on. I believe the number is over 300. I think it could be $350 billion worth of equipment and money and everything else. And we've made more progress in settling this war in the last 2 months than they made in 4 years. This should have been settled a long time ago, but it should have never happened. Yeah, please.
Real quickly, you pushed out on social media.
All right, Brian, go first.
You pushed out on social media about doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you expand on that and how important
Well, that's a very off-topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt. And you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses them because of what's happened. Massive fraud all over the place. The other thing we want change are the machines. For all of the money they spend, it's approximately 10 times more expensive than paper ballots. And paper ballots are very sophisticated with the watermark paper and everything else. We would get secure elections. We'd get much faster results. The machines, I mean, they say we're going to have the results in 2 weeks. With paper ballots, you have the results that night. Most people, but most people, many countries use paper ballots. It's the most secure form. So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected. Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible things, and now the new thing is they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made Washington, D.C. safe. We're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed like all the people you've been watching get so badly hurt. I'm glad. I hate to take your time.
Fell right back into
I'm glad you asked me that
negative
question.
gamma.
We're going to stop mail-in ballots because it's corrupt. You know, when you go to a voting booth and you do it the right way and you go to a state that runs it properly, you go in. They even ask me. They asked me for my license plate, for identity. I said, I don't know if I have it. They said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually. But it's very hard to cheat with mail-in voting. As you know what happens in California, it's so corrupt, where some people get 5, 6, 7 ballots delivered to them. Now, we got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge. The Democrats want it because they have horrible policy. If you have mail-in voting, you're not going to have many Democrats get elected. That's bigger than anything having to do with redistricting, believe me. And the Republicans have to get smart. We're not going to have a country. I said for a long time at rallies, you need borders and you need free and fair elections. Those two things, otherwise you don't have. We have strong borders now. In 90 days, Mr. President, we didn't have 1, 0, 0, and 3 months. Not one person came in illegally into our country. In fact, even I find that hard to believe, but it's run by a little bit of a liberal group that put out the numbers, so I guess it's, but 0, 0, and 0. You go back a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 millions of people poured into our country. It was terrible. Thank you very much.
What security guarantees do you need from President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops, intelligence, equipment? What is it?
Everything. And really, it includes 2 parts. First, strong Ukrainian army. That's what I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a lot about weapon and then people and training missions and intelligence. And second, we will discuss with our partners. It depends on the big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
And Mr. President, are you willing to commit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelensky to a deal today?
Well, I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we're going to give, we have people waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to give protection. They feel very strongly about it, and we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important to get the deal done.
You've been involved with the peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian attacks and hoping that the American people will stand with them?
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic. They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped. Very important.
Mr. President, was there any aspect of your discussion with Vladimir Putin that left you disappointed?
Look, we just spoke to, I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you very much, everyone.
Alright. What a shit show. Yeah. What now? Well, we burned off some of the upside interest. Puts got bought at the top. Still put support's still back at 64.30. I mean, I ended up making a little money off that call. That was nice. Close the short puts. I'm looking to sell more puts if we retest like under 40. But other than that, still kind of range bound. Big resistance at 60, then support at 30 and 10. Yeah, he said thank you like 42 times. I'm gonna grab something to eat real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Holy fuck, this is boring. Hmm. Hedging for dollar collapse or a Sunday stream. Mostly commodities. Yeah. Precious metals, commodities. You know, those are commodities, but $50 is increasingly a larger and larger resistance here. One sec. Ugh. Mm. I'm not eating that olive. It's got little bumps on it. So the synthetic long at 40, bot puts at 55.60. So actually, our range looks more like 40.50 than it does 30.50. I will say, whoever sold the massive condors this morning is killing it. Hmm. I mean, so you generally don't want to sell butterflies when price is in the range of the fly. So if you wanted to sell a 45 fly, you would probably want to wait until we were at 50 or 40 or above or below those. Was that someone new? No, I didn't even copy trade it. If you sell a 45 fly within its range of profitability, your risk reward will be way worse. So, let me give you an example. So if you sold the 45 fly right now, that's the wrong date. Max loss is like 115, which isn't great. But if you get an opportunity to sell it out of the money, or in the money, however you want to look at it, like say we were to sell, like discuss the 50 fly here. Oh, did we move up? Sorry. Oh yeah, we're at 45 now. Actually, the 50 fly is kind of shit too. What's going on with the IB there? Hmm. I guess we'll use the 55 as an example. See, it cuts the risk by about half. It's still early enough in the day that you could technically do this, but the risk is going to be higher. And as you get closer to the end of the day, those will swing more. So, like, say it's like 3 o'clock. On the 50 test, very frequently you can get like 475 to 490 credit on the 45 butterfly, which is, 25 to 10 cents of risk versus right now where it's, $1.10 risk. Mm. September OPEX looks pretty stable between 6,400 and 6,500. But I wouldn't say it looks overly bullish or anything. Salad. Specifically, tiny San Marzano tomatoes. See, now if you look at the 50 fly, the pricing will be more aligned. Yeah, see, it's like 410.90. It's a lot better. It's still very early to sell flies. For 0DT, at least. I know C-Mill does it, but it's stupid. No offense. It's just bad. I also think he's using it to close profitable spreads, which is fine. It's kind of like making a small amount of money and then rolling over gambling. Anyway, OPEX is not the next major expiration right now. It's going to be August 30th. Or 29th. I guess it's the 29th this month, right? Yeah. What to do with an in-the-money straddle that's printed on neither side for the 20th and is down 35%? Which side printed? Okay, straddle. First of all, straddles don't benefit from having a lot of theta. Neither one? How's it? And what strike is it at? Oh, you just like recently opened it from Friday. Oh, okay. I mean, you can sell the wings and try to recoup your losses. So like, so you have a 20th straddle for the 20th. I'm assuming like here. This is one of the reasons you want to avoid straddles at major strikes if you can. But I'm guessing sold it Friday. So when did you buy? Do you know what your buy-in prices were? I can show you some hedging stuff. Oh, it's SPY? Ouch. Okay. What are the what are the what's the price of each contract? Not the total cost of the straddle. I need the price of each contract. They were 553 each. That's the price of the whole straddle, right? Yeah. How much was the call? How much was the put? $298. $255. What do you think? Yeah, he's only profitable in like a 1% move. Bump in volatility helps a little bit, but not much. SPY looks fucking pinned today too. Even more so than SPX. 650 is in like the local range, right? $46. $36. You make a little bit of money if we drop to 36. So you can sell the put and the call. I don't think that helps too much. You could convert one side to like a vertical. Thus, sell the call if you expect downside, or sell the put if you expect upside. Do something like that. None of these are really. I mean, you could roll it out. If you don't think there's going to be a move that's sufficient by Wednesday, which, I mean, you have the, you do encapsulate the FOMC minutes. So you could, I mean, theoretically, you could sell. Oh, shit, what did I do? Oh, whoops. You could, like, sell. God damn it. Sell the put. Like 42. Sell the call like 44. And then sell these for like tomorrow. Which would get you if the index didn't move, it would get you like another $1.76 in credit, which would give you it would help your profitability. This is 255. So we can just drop this 298. Should trim up your ranges going into Wednesday and at least get rid of some of your unrealized loss. Like a calendar straddle. So yeah, it would be like sell the wings. Two DTE, or well, I guess one DTE. And then keep the straddle open. And what that does is it kind of trims some of your theta exposure. But the problem with that is if it slips outside of the range we're trading in substantially in the next 2 days, you would still have to close the whole thing at a loss. You could leave it open. You could roll it out. Like, I don't know, what's the 22nd is like a couple bucks more than what it's currently trading at. Which means eating the losses, but you improve like your exposure. XSP sucks too. And yeah, it's usually the spreads are too wide for selling. If you're gonna sell on ETFs, there's a number of reasons I don't like selling the ETFs, but if you're gonna sell the index ETFs, IV rank among them is generally like IWM, QQQ, then SPY. So these generally benefit a lot more from intraday realized vol. SPY, not so much. SPX is king. Yeah, but you could also, like, if you think we're going to take a direction, like, you think support here is going to translate to, like, upside, you can, what was this one? It was like 298. If you think support's going to, like, translate to upside, you can, like, sell, like, a put and convert, like, into a vertical with a discounted tail. So, you know, you'd be break even above like a new all-time high, which is risky because obviously you're taking the directional trade, but at least you're more quickly profitable in that direction. See, like, your profitable range trims from almost 1% on your straddle. Well, I guess 0.8% on your straddle to 0.5. So 50 bips instead of 80. Yeah, the notional change. SPX is very heavily levered. So SPY is basically a mini of SPX. It's 1/10. And, you know, SPX is 1. So, you know, to get equivalent exposure on SPY, you'd have to buy 10 to 11 times more options. But options care about, you know, especially at the money options. Options care about the notional change, not the percent change. When they're at the money because of intrinsic value. So intrinsic value on SPX options goes up much quicker. I mean, it's technically just way more heavily leveraged. So that means you benefit from smaller moves in the underlying. So, you know, 0.1 on SPX right now is like $65. Or, sorry, $6.50. But on SPY, it's 65 cents. And when you're dealing with options, you know, going either side of an at the money position going in the money, on a 0.1% move, 0.1, the SPY contract will have $6.50 of intrinsic value versus the SPY option, or the SPX option, will have $6.50 versus this, which will only gain 65 cents of intrinsic value. Or just none, because you technically aren't breaching either strike above or below on a 0.1 move. So you need a much larger notion, like, you need a much larger percentage move for a SPY straddle to print than you do for an SPX straddle to print. Does that make sense? It does, but it's a bit of a bummer. Well, I mean, SPY's just bad for straddles. Like, is this Prince? I'm getting Gamma Strike. Awesome. So the risk reward not proportional. Well, the risk is higher on SPX because the options are way more money. But the return is the potential returns are come faster and better. Like here, like if we look at this and then we look at like the equivalently priced, hold on, SPX. So this would be 2550, and this would be 2980. It's roughly the same, but if we look at contract value and we look at legs individually, you could sell this contract above break even, not too far from spot, and vice versa. Like on the put side, you could sell that contract above break even on, you know, just what do you need? You need like 3. I guess you need a 0.4% move. Because the intrinsic value on these contracts is 10x. So you need less of a percentage move to change the notional value of the contract. That's just leverage. I mean, that's all there is. If you 10x these, they would have the same profile, roughly. I guess IV is a little lower here, or maybe a little higher. I don't think that's right, but the profile would be roughly the same. And actually, the slightly higher IV on SPY would benefit the 10x position size here. What's up with open? Is it a pump and dump? It's, I don't know. I mean, they used to be worth something. I think their business model is kind of shit. Sorry. Trump pump helps out IW a little bit. Yeah, there's resistance at 50. Puts will never print the same. Yeah, they will. You just gotta have them at the right time. Trump and other leaders are live again. Oh, that explains the pump to the upside. Yeah, I'll flip it on.
With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking about, and we're really honored you guys came over. I mean, these are the heads of major countries and respected all over Europe.
There's
And
bot
they speak
puts up here at
for
55.60.
largely, I think I should say, but pretty much for the other countries of Europe. And we will come to a resolution today, I think, on almost everything, including probably the security. And that's pretty much the story. I'd like to say, Mr. President, would you like to say something? You have the media. If you want, you could come over and you could stand, you could use mine, or you could just turn around, whichever you feel comfortable with.
Thank you so much. I can speak without microphone. Thank you so much. I think that we had very good conversation with President Trump.
Very good.
And it really was the best one. Or sorry, maybe the best one will be in the future. But it was really good. And we spoke about very sensitive points. The first one is security guarantees. And we are very happy with President that all the leaders are here, and the security in Ukraine depends on the United States and on you and on those leaders who are with us in our hearts. They have been online before yesterday, and etc. So a lot of countries on the side of Ukraine, our people, and all of us want to finish this war, stop Russia and stop this war. We spoke about it, and we will speak more about security guarantees. This is very important that the United States gives such strong signal and is ready for security guarantees. The second point, or maybe the first, the humanitarian direction, very important to exchange all the prisoners, and I think that President will help. And I was very thankful to your wife again, Mr. President, for the letter about our abducted children, and I hope that really it can be a historic role for the people to bring kids back to the families and be happy.
Get the people back, yeah.
Yes, this is so important, and I'm happy that we discussed it, this track with the President Trump, and I hope that we will find decisions. And then what is very important, that all the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting, and he said that he will come or not come. Ukraine will be happy if you will
both
participate.
want me there, I will be there. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know that.
thank you. And I think this is very important. Yes, so security guarantees, bringing kids back, and all our people, not only warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists, a lot of people in prison. So we need them back. And guarantees which will work for the years. We spoke about it, and I showed the President a lot of details on the battlefield, on the map. Thank you so much. Thank you for the map, by the way.
Good map.
It was great. Yeah. I'm thinking how to take it back.
We'll get you.
No. I think that we had constructive, specific meeting, and I'm very thankful to all the leaders who are here, and you help a lot, and so we're happy that we have such big unity today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
for hosting us.
Mr.
Thank
President. I think you'll see that President Putin really would like to do something else. I think when we set that up, when we do, I think it's going to be when, not if. I think you're going to see some really positive moves. I know there's over 1,000 prisoners, and I know they're going to release them. Maybe they're going to release them very soon, like immediately, which I think is great. But we're going to set that up today after this meeting. So very good and great remarks. I appreciate it. Mark, as head of NATO, maybe you could say a few words, please.
Yes, I will be very brief. I really want to thank you, President of the United States, dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock. Basically with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first phone call, and from there we are now where we are today. And that is, I think if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing, we have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. It is a terrible war, so I'm really excited. And let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards, we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you have said, I'm willing to participate in a security guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that.
Well, NATO also has agreed from 2% to 5%, which is something that is a massive amount of money. And it's 2% that wasn't always paid to 5% that is paid. That's a big difference. And so we appreciate that. That was a great move. Thank you very much. Ursula, maybe on behalf of the Commission, you could say a couple of words.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's a very important moment. Indeed, we are here, Europeans, as friends and allies. We had a fantastic NATO summit. Together as the two largest and biggest economies in the world, we had the largest trade deal ever agreed. And now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really our common interest, stop the killing. And indeed, it's very good to hear that we're working on the security guarantees, Article 5 lies security guarantees, so important. But I want to thank you also that you mentioned the thousands of Ukrainian children that have been abducted. And as a mother and grandmother, every single child has to go back to its family. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine to their families.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big That's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great. Thank you very much, Ursula. Mr. Chancellor from Germany, a very, very great leader.
Mr. President, dear Donald, many thanks for having us today. I think this is extremely helpful that we are meeting and hearing that the two of you are having such a good meeting today here in Washington. The next steps ahead are the more complicated ones now. The path is open. You opened it last Friday. But now the way is open for complicated negotiations. And to be honest, we all would like to see a ceasefire, the latest from the next meeting on. I can't imagine that the next meeting would take place without a ceasefire. So let's work on that, and let's try to put pressure on Russia, because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking today, are depending on at least a ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from next step on. So I would like to emphasize this aspect and would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting, which should be a trilateral meeting wherever it takes place.
Well, we're going to let the president go over and talk to the president, and we'll see how that works out, and if we can do that. I will say, and again I say it, in the 6 wars that I've settled, I haven't had a ceasefire. We just got into negotiations, and one of the wars was, as you know, in the Congo was 31 years long. Another one that we settled last week with 2 great countries was 35 years going on, and we had no ceasefire. So if we can do the ceasefire, great. And if we don't do a ceasefire, because many other points were given to us, many points were given to us, great points. Please, Georgia, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Donald, Mr. President, for hosting us today in this important meeting. And I think it is an important day, a new phase, after 3 years and a half that we didn't see any kind of sign from the Russian side that there was a willing for dialogue. So something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you. Thanks also to the stalling in the battlefield, which was achieved with the bravery of Ukrainians and with the unity that we all provided to Ukraine. And the reason why I mention it is that we also have to remind that if we want to reach peace and if we want to guarantee justice, we have to do it united. So that's why it's a very good day, the one we are in. You can obviously count on Italy as it was from the beginning. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we do absolutely support your efforts towards peace. We will talk about many important topics. The first one is security guarantees, how to be sure that it won't happen again, which is the precondition of every kind of peace. I'm happy that we will discuss about that. I'm happy that we will begin from a proposal, which is the, let's say, Article 5 model, which was Italian at the beginning. So we are always ready to bring our proposals for peace, for dialogue. It's something we have to build together to guarantee peace and to defend the security of our nation. So thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel?
Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this meeting and for your commitment. And everything was said, but I just have to say here, everybody around this table is in favor of peace. And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace. This is why the idea of a trilateral meeting is very important, because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discussed, is a necessity. And we all support this idea. And in order to have such a long-standing peace for Ukraine and for the whole continent, we do need these security guarantees. And the first one is clearly a credible Ukrainian army for the years and decades to come. And the second one is our own commitment, all of us. And we worked very hard during the past few months among the coalition of the willings with the support of NATO to build the different pillars of security guarantees and our commitments. And you can be sure that the Europeans are very lucid about the fact that they have their fair share in these security guarantees for Ukraine, but their own security is clearly at stake in this situation. So you can count on us, as we can count on you, in order to deliver this robust peace for both Ukraine and Europe.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting us here. Can I start where Emmanuel started, which is we all want peace. The war in Ukraine has had a huge impact, particularly on the Ukrainians who've borne the brunt of it, but it's also had an impact on Europe and on the United Kingdom. There's not a family or community that hasn't been affected. And when we talk about security, we're talking about the security not just of Ukraine, we're talking about the security of Europe and the United Kingdom as well, which is why this is such an important issue. I think this is such an important meeting. As a group, I think we've had a discussion on the phone a number of times, Mr. President, but be able now to be around the table to take it forward. And I really feel that we can,
resistance didn't really
with
give
the right
up.
approach this afternoon, make real progress, particularly on the security guarantees, and your indication of security guarantees of some sort of Article 5 style guarantees fits with what we've been doing with the Coalition of the Willing, which we started some months ago, bringing countries together and showing that we were prepared to step up to the plate when it came to security. With you coming alongside, the US alongside what we've already developed, I think we could take a really important step forward today. A historic step, actually, could come out of this meeting in terms of security for Ukraine and security in Europe. I also feel that we can make real progress towards a just and lasting outcome. Obviously, that has to involve Ukraine, and a trilateral meeting seems the sensible next step. So thank you for being prepared to take that forward, because I think if we can ensure that that is the progress out of this meeting, both security guarantees and some sort of progress on trilateral meeting of some sort to bring some of the difficult issues to a head, then I think today will be seen as a very important day in recent years in relation to a conflict which has gone on for 3 and a bit years, and so far nobody's been able to bring it to this point. So I thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much. And, you know, it's very interesting because this is the first for the White House. You can't say that very often. It's seen a lot over the years, since 1800, 1799, to be almost exact. But this is the first where we've had so many prime ministers, presidents, the heads of European nations. And by the way, Alex, I'd like you to say a couple of words, too. You're a young, powerful man. Before I finish up, I want you to say a couple of words. Go ahead.
I'll take the notion of youth back to my wife and try to convince her. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think in the past 2 weeks, we've probably had more progress in ending this war than we have in the past 3.5 years. And I think the fact that we're around this table today is very much symbolic in the sense that it's Team Europe and Team United States helping Ukraine. And the progress that we're looking out of this meeting is about the security guarantees, which are a big part of this. And then, of course, moving towards a process with a trilateral meeting with you and President Putin and President Zelensky. Some of the international media might wonder, why is the President of Finland here? I think the reason is probably that we might come from a small country, but we have a long border with Russia, over 800 miles. And we, of course, have our own historical experience with Russia from World War II, the Winter War and the War of Continuation. And if I look at the silver lining of where we stand right now, we found a solution in 1944, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find a solution in 2025 to end Russia's war of aggression and find and get a lasting and just peace. The situation is very difficult, but that's why we're here.
Thank you, Alex, very much. Good job. So we're going to be meeting for a while, and we're going to discuss some of the issues. And I don't think there's any issue that's overly complex. It's at a point now where people want to do things. I really do believe, I've known him for a long time. I've always had a great relationship with him. I think that President Putin wants to find an answer too. And we'll see. And in a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue? We'll do our best to get it ended. And I believe you have two willing parties, and usually that's good news, but two willing parties that want to make a deal. And we'll journey together, and we'll go over, and we'll see if it can be done. And it's possible it might not be able to be done. On the other hand, it's possible it will, and we're going to save thousands and thousands of lives a week. And so it's something we really have to do. And, or at least we have to give it our best. It's all you can do. You can give it your best, but I think we may have a very good outcome. So I want to thank you all, and the media, I want to thank you. We're going to be staying here for a little while. Then we're going to walk over to the Oval Office, and we're going to have another little discussion about similar matters. And then they're going to go home to their great countries and report. And I'm going to remain here and work, and you're going to go and work. We're all going to be working. We may be in a different location, but that's what we know how to do is work. But I want to thank the media. Has been actually very fair, generally speaking, very fair. I think it's important that they're fair because this is a very important subject. We have to get it ended. And so that's all we ask for is fairness with the media. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being so fair.
Thank you, Donald. All the time.
But he loves it. He loves it. But he does it always. I never want to speak with my friend.
He's a very good player, golfer, you know.
Yeah, I know.
He went to college.
But he says you always win.
All right. Mm. Popcorn is back. Yeah. Mm. No, back, not black. I mean, I guess it could be. I don't know. I never asked. I'm probably not black. Cause you're colorblind. No PT for an hour. No PT for an hour? What's the prognosis going into the end of the day? Still thinking 6,500 by the Jackson Hole speech. I have no idea. I mean, we're getting support at 45. It would make sense for bulls to try to push up off of that support, but they could get rugged by FOMC. If the Fed's not showing any signs, despite the dissents, of concerns with the labor market, then there could be risk off into the Jackson Hole speech. So, I mean, I would say FOMC is probably the pivot point, and we either see risk on or risk off following that. We also have some data. I mean, not a lot, but we do have a little bit. I think we have well, we have the JGB 20-year tonight, which is kind of important. And then we have like building permits and housing starts tomorrow, which will be at least impactful for GDP. I think we get some EU inflation shit, UK inflation shit. That'll maybe matter a little bit. There's a 20-year auction before the FOMC minutes. And then Thursday we get PMI, which could affect shit. Probably not a lot, but I think services PMIs are expected to fall. Really depends on how much. I did see you. Mm-hmm. Well, you said the same thing twice, but also, yeah, you tagged me. Which statement? My dad did go through a short phase after finding out he has 3% North African ancestry, where he called himself African American. That was a time. I'm like 0.5% Moorish, so, you know, same thing. I've never called myself African American, though. Because that would be ridiculous. How are you 2% Jewish? We're all children of the Fertile Crescent. So all Middle Eastern. I'm 1% butter. Wasn't specifically Persia. It was just a North African population. I guess they were of like what, Berber and Arabian descent. No, just like sometimes if I get like if I don't get tagged, I don't see it. Or like you have to make sure that your chats print. Like if your message is like grayed out or something, that means it just like YouTube blocked it. I don't ever skip over any generally. Peasants all the way up until I became a duke. My ancestry is super interesting. I'm a direct descendant of Catherine de Medici. And then some like fucking pilgrim guy on my mom's side. What was his name? She's like my great grandmother, I think. I think that was enough grades. Not Montgomery. Brewster? Something like that. Lots of syphilis. Yeah, they did. They did do a lot of syphilis. Nice. As long as your ancestors came across the Mayflower together is okay. If they're the same person, that would be scary. You know, like 35 million Americans can directly trace their ancestry to the people on the Mayflower, right? And that number just keeps going up. I hail from Glenn McLeod. Your bloodline being part Italian merchant lord and part Mayflower rabble rouser really tracks, I guess. Okay. Just playing the technical signal? I guess. Why not? Does that explain the disdain for the poorest? No? I don't think so. Ooh, tiny gap. That's exciting. I really want to sell some fucking calls here. Fuck, I have to sell this 60. Fucking worthless. $10. I'm just selling 55, 60. 50-cent spread. It's terrible. Nope, too late. Oh well. I did Granddad giving land south of Montreal for service and bringing colonists over, but then some other granddad sold it. It's a hill with a cell phone tower on it. Vast wealth. Hmm. Yeah, the descendant of a fur trapper makes a lot of sense. Ugh. I feel like if you tried to shave a beaver, it would bite you. Hamburger helper. Is that even worth selling at this point? It's only worth selling on a test of 50. 55. Yeah. It'll have to be a 55 test. Then I can sell the spread. I'd sell it for like $1.25. I just don't want to sell it for 35 cents. Butterfly. 50, 40, 60. Yeah, fuck it. What do I open that? Trump better not say anything else today. Ooh, maybe I could open it for tomorrow. That's how popcorn gets kernels. Spreading his butter. That's so easy for you to use option strat. Yeah. I've got to use it more, actually, because I do a really bad job tracking all my trades. And I frequently forget about shit. Was that an idiot trade? No, no. That's a extraordinarily high-risk at-the-money butterfly with 15 minutes to expiry. Remember when Pi-Fi was making funny little animals in option strat? I didn't just make a funny animal in option strat. I built and profited off of an iron centaur. Okay. And what is an iron centaur, you might ask? It's a legged-in butterfly and an out-of-the-money iron condor. So you get a return profile that looks like a horse. No one's. I'm almost convinced that nobody in the pickle jar has ever fucking read options as a strategic investment. And then I think most of you own it, but 50% of the people that own it also very likely just own the study guide. It's not a dry read. It's amazing. I'm going to read you an excerpt. The butterfly. Page 188. Butterfly spread. The risk is limited in a butterfly spread, both to the upside and to the downside, is equal to the amount of the net debit required to establish the spread. I'm going to skip the example because I can't show it to you guys. The profit graph resembles that of a ratio right, except that the loss is limited on both the upside and downside. There is a profit range within which the butterfly spread makes money, before commissions are included. Outside this profit range, losses will occur at expiration, but these losses are limited to the amount of the original debit plus commissions. In accordance with more lenient margin requirements passed in 2000, the investment required for a butterfly spread is equal to the net debit expended, which is the risk in the spread. When the options expire in the same month and the striking prices are evenly spaced, the following formula can be used to quickly compute the important details of the butterfly spread. Net investment equals net debit of the spread. Maximum profit equals distance between strikes minus net debit. Downside break-even equals lowest strike plus net debit. Upside break-even is highest strike minus net debit. Riveting. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. I was drowsy before, but that woke me the fuck up. I hope so. So, in this example of a butterfly spread, we have a credit, which is our maximum profit. And so you're because this is an iron butterfly, you're flipping the tails from a call or a put butterfly, which would be a net debit. Although the risk profile for those would be equivalent, if we look at that. Alright, so we'll just do fuck it. Let's do a long pit butterfly. We go 60-40. Like that. This expiration. roughly equivalent profile, right? Break evens are at 44. Oh, wait, hold on, let me save this. Break evens at 46 and 53. Break even over here 45, 54. So roughly the same for the break even on these. And the majority of the profit on a butterfly is realized as it expires. So they generally stay pretty valueless up until then. If you do longer dated butterflies, which are generally a bad idea, then that's kind of a different thing. But you know, your chance of profitability was a little bit higher on the sell side one, but that's because it's got the slightly wider spread. And then yeah, so you know your peak of profitability is directly at the center strike. That is where you would realize the most profits. And then the reason these are popular is because they are a very low risk to reward ratio. Well, if it's lopsided, you mean like a broken wing? Well, those are directional. So, like that would be that where you're capturing like the downside range. That would be if you had like an out of the money price target versus an at the money price target. And then you could even do like fun things with them, like you could sell the call. Oops. Call. You could like buy the out of the money call, buy the out of the money call. So you could do stuff like that. If you're targeting like 2 out of the money targets, so like this is really good if you're like trading in between 2 major strikes. So say like 6,500, 6,475, because you could bet that the close would be at one of those 2 strikes and not at spot. So that could be kind of like fun too. All you're changing is the whether the spreads are equidistant or not. So if you have like a 5 wide spread and a 10 wide spread, then you have a broken wing. Versus 2 5 wide spreads would just be a butterfly. And you could do that, yeah. You can modify these all different kinds of ways. So, like, if you wanted, there's not a lot of minutes left to do this, but so you had the long call butterfly, and you definitely didn't think it was going to close to the upside, but you wanted some room to the downside. You know, you could shift the distance between the spreads. So you have more upside exposure, or at least more upside protection, or you could, you know, shift it this way and get downside exposure, or you could leave it at spot and get spot exposure. Yeah. They're fun. They have a lower chance of ending up in the money, generally speaking, but the payout's very high on them. It's kind of like, it's not really equivalent to betting on green in roulette, but it's similar. Higher payout ratio because of the less likely return. Hmm. Weird. What's up, Proving Crown? Thanks, man. Dump to 45. I would actually prefer we just close here at 50. Exactly. Ew. Ding ding. 64, 49, 16. That's like right about there. We have about an 80% return risk, which isn't bad. Or, you know, if you translate that to dollars, you make $335. So off of this, 78 78% return. It's saying at the closing price. Although I'm not sure that's going to be the exact closing price. But you're all welcome, because I'm sure you all just copy traded that, right? Flat as fuck today. Yeah. Well, I said it was risky. I didn't say it was too risky. Well, it is, because it's more risky because I was taking on more of a max loss than the potential profit. Anyway. So flat as fuck on the day. Down 0.1%. Super fun. We got ES closing the day out just below last week's close, which I think is a little bearish, or at least a sign of a little bit of weakness. However, there is apparently support here at like 64.56 that we caught, meaning that we could come back up and retest this trend tomorrow, which would maybe not give us a new all-time high, but could definitely be a push higher. And then we would have to see what happened. But right now, it kind of looks like it's on track for that with the two supports found in the intraday and a slightly higher low, which would give us, a good base going into FOMC to see whether we reject from that level or break out. Probably bulls would rather be positioned a little bit to the upside of 50, given that's their primary support. Yields at the top end of the curve crept up a little bit, still moving higher. Dollar moved up a bit today as well. Mostly regaining the drop since like the 25th. So a lot of the cuts that were being priced in are now being priced out. And we did see an increase in correlation broadly throughout most of today, although not a very strong increase in correlation, or well, decline in correlation, I guess, increase in dispersion. Especially not on the 3-month, which looks like it's continuing to break down. So possible that perceived risk a little further out is moving up. Commodities pretty flat on the day also. Slight gain in some of the agriculturals. Oil down a little bit, gold down a little bit, silver up a little. Nothing exciting. Bond volatility is still dog shit. Carry trade leverage moved back up again today, but only at the top end, not the short. We're still seeing an increased demand for long vol. Forward yield on volatility is still rising, although not a lot. Skew on Friday was up. Breadth, I guess Russell was a gainer, so a slight improvement in like small and mid caps, but I don't know. Dow's down, so maybe not that important. Correlation between VIX, cash VIX continued to slide up. I think this week's VIX expiration could be kind of interesting, especially with it coming right before the FOMC minutes. But we are continuing to see correlation pick up, so probably still continued demand for some tail risk hedging. And Fed fund futures are pretty consistently pricing out those additional rate cuts, but slowly, much slower than they were priced in. Bear steepener didn't really fucking do much. So we moved down and tested the trend, and we fell below the longer term resistance in doing that. However, we have not yet failed the trend. Remember that 64.27 target that puts us back into the July monthly range, which is here. July monthly. It's actually there, but that breakdown would be the first indication that perhaps the bullish bias going into the start of August has dwindled off. However, I still think a loss of the EMA 30 would be a much better place to confirm any kind of breakdown. And that's at around 63.15 right now, 63.26. But yeah, looking a little tiny bit more bearish, just nothing confirmed. So there's a signal on a loss of 64.27. Confirm on a loss of 63.26. And more confirmation on a loss of 62.87. And I think below that, the next level of any kind of importance is 62.01. To the upside, it's still just the all-time high, which is like right here. And my upside price target at like 65.01, which we haven't seen yet. I will say that, you know, today's price action does indicate that there's some support here. So this could bounce. All right, that's it. Thank you guys so much. I gotta go. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not...
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me.